All right, hello, back in the Stormworks, huh? Gonna keep working on some new plane shells for my add-on. One of the reasons I did that add-on, or I'm working on the add-on, is so that I have some incentive to play and to build some stuff. So it's gonna be a passenger and cargo add-on. It's working well already for passengers, and so keep rocking and rolling here. So what I'm trying to do is build some inexpensive yet profitable small reciprocating airplanes. That way we can get moving on getting this working. One, two, three, 5, 10, and then 6. All right, so one thing the add-on does is we have first, comfort, and economy seats. So that's why I have them spaced differently, is so that we can have first and economy. For now, I'm just going to keep playing up these seats, and then we'll work from there. Alright, then we need to make the template for the economies. So this is going to be comfort seats, and these are going to be economies. These aren't going to be my first seats. These will be economies, or these will be comfort. Alright, so it's that 6 and 6. That's not bad. Alright, good. And so I want to put a rear entry door, and I want a little bit of cargo for my cargo system. Alright, good. Let's... Alright, good, good, good. Now it's in. Let's see how I want to do this. 1 by 3 by 4. Alright, so that's good space there for panels. Alright, we'll see how congested that feels being in there. Again, it's supposed to be a small airplane, so we want to be able to walk in there, but we don't want it to feel too congested. That feels alright, actually. And then I can't reach any of those behind me, so we'll go with a single stack. I think let's try to go up a level if we can. Why is my mouse cord all over the town? Put a door there, but that's for now at least. Alright, nice. So that should feel better too in there. Let's go do a quick test, see how we like the feel of inside now. Yep. Okay, that's good. Alright, it should fit gear in there fine. That's gonna make this suck if I try to do it like this. A little bit of cargo space underneath for some cargo. Stop kicking me. Do I split this? Do I do this? I'm gonna decide if I want to T-tail. I might T-tail it up. I'm gonna T-tail it up. Hello, Tripper. How's it going there, D2K? How are ya? Yeah, it's pretty quiet. Good to see you, Tripper. How are ya? Yeah, it's a weekday, so let's see. Want this to be recip, so let's go ahead and start plugging that in. Oh, stop it. Don't do it 3 times. It's not based off anything. I'm kind of just building. It's kind of got a, you know, king air tail a little bit, but I'm just building. Building from the things I've seen, so let's see. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 6, 12. 12 cylinders. 12 cylinders should be fine. Yeah, I'm building this for my add-on so that I can have so I can have some aircraft to run the add-on with. What are we looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 7. I think 6 is the most I can go. Yep. So let's do 3 by 6. What are we looking at there? 10. We got 1, 2, 2. Okay. All right, so 3,800 liters. That should be plenty. Let's read some chat, huh? Is the sound off? Is the sound of the game off? Is that what you're asking? It might. No, it's on. Let me check. Here, let me check, see if the... Nope, game audio is on. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, RPS powered pivots would be good, and a rotor brake, yep. Yeah, I was what I had asked for, and one of my things where I was asking for things was a brake block. And so it kind of looked like I would think the motor would be easiest for them to do. Just take the motor and you're able to put a brake force on it. That would be good. Make things like that a lot easier. So this is, I don't know if it's a trick or not, but this is kind of one of the things I recommend doing is, Shiza. You can balance things out better and ballast properly. So now we've dropped the weight not only down, but we've dropped it forward. So now with the thrust, it's getting us more in line with the thrust now. And the wings are going to be where the lift is, and this is where the control surfaces go. They'll go within the center of gravity. I've thought about making some ground effect stuff. I just have so little time right now to play that it kind of sucks. And gear are going to go in the rear of the nacelles, so I want that as a function. And then the wings can slide forward and aft as necessary. That whole, that can go back and forth if necessary, but this is going to be the door, so I kind of need that to be open and available for myself. I need to work on the gear, I would say, next. So let's go. If I could put my hand back on the same spot on the keyboard every time, that would be a blessing. It really would be. Problem is these are reasonably long gears, so I gotta figure out if this is gonna fit. So. Alright, let's make sure that the gear are gonna fit in here. That should be fine. Problem is I can't get a power pivot in here with this the way it is. Because I want them to go up and back, but that way it takes up less space. But because of the way this sets up, that caused me problems with gear doors. But we should be able to make it work. So let's see. If I put it back like this, I can pull them up and back, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. So I want to see if this will even space-wise will fit like this. So you see how they're going both up and backwards? Alright, good. So that's going both up and backwards, which is what I want. We'll see where this is hitting. I can put some fake blocks in there too. So like if we look, because this is a set back a block, as that goes up, it's pulling back, which is what we want. And that brings this both up higher. Okay, it's hitting there. So what we can do is because I need this to be even so you see how it has it all the way at the top now? So not only does it go up higher, it also pulls it back as it goes. So let's do this. So this should pull it even further toward the back now. Why is that fucking hanging? Why is that being all donkey? Shouldn't be donkey. I don't know why it's acting the donkey. Because that got merged? How did that get merged? Alright. So now it's going to pull it back even more. Because that block is set further back. Alright, nice. So that works pretty well. Might as well take off symmetry for now. Alright, see if we have any clipping up top. We do, but that's fine. That's going to be just our armature block that I can move. The height looks pretty good. Maybe a touch low, but not terrible. Steam-powered plane. Shocker that you made a steam-powered plane, huh? Okay, you want to know what the add-on is? Let me see. Catching up here, is this plane for the add-on you're making? Yes, yes. This plane's for the add-on I'm making. So I'm going to have some clipping problems with this. So I think I can definitely push that forward one. I'm going to need to. Alright. I might not need to do as much fuckery with the aft pole on it. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that. Let me see. Yeah, it's going to have issues pulling up on that because it's set so far forward. Okay. That looks pretty good. All right, good. We have good prop clearance. Yeah, we have pretty good prop clearance there. Kind of want to do trailing link. That just makes it huge, for no particular fucking reason. Nice. So no collision there. Make sure visually nothing's sticking out. Nothing's sticking out. I love it. All right, good. Nice. All right. Digging on it, digging on it, digging on it. Very good, very good. I'm going to duplicate this left wing over there. As much as I don't like having the props counter-rotating because IRL, so there are some twin trainers that have counter-rotating props. The problem is the engine needs to turn backwards because they're not going to put a gearbox in there. And so they have to have two models of engines. You can imagine if you had a shop for the airplane, you'd have to keep two sets of engines in backup. And that's very damn expensive. So what they'll usually do is there are some benefits to having counter-rotating props, but they certainly don't outweigh the negatives of having all that equipment hanging around, all that extra bullshit hanging around. So they usually don't do it. And so usually I don't like to do counter-rotating propellers, but I might do it just because of it behaves a little bit better in the game. It's not unrealistic. Like you do have some torque issues you have to deal with. So we'll see. Anyway, let's work on gear doors. And where do we want them? So usually what I like to do with my gear doors is I use a larger pivot. Now, the devs should be able to quote-unquote fix this. So what I'll usually use is a power pivot. And if you look at it, it tells us the current rotation. These do not. They don't tell us the current rotation. So the issue is it's very easy to set up gear doors if you know your current rotation because you essentially say, okay, when the gear is down, which is a rotation of 0, I want my doors closed. When my gear is up, I want my doors closed. When my gear is in any other position, I want my doors open. So it makes it really, really easy. And the problem is, before they had the stackable nodes, you needed as much space as you had all the reportable parts. So if you look here and you see it has two reportable parts. Now, theoretically, this should be able to take that. So I'd love them to add the reported position on these pivots. That way it would make it much easier. That's probably going to be in the way, I think. I think we have to put them here. So that's something I'd like the devs to add. And so they've been pretty responsive in adding these things. It just needs to have some sort of purpose, you know? And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look for I should have a wedge, at least a 3x wedge, 1x2x3. And so if you see where I put this, there's going to be a hole right here when this rotates. So we don't want to have a hole. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this XML piece so that now this will cover that hole. So when this door closes, because this actually does not have any collision, it's going to cover that hole. There we go. So there's a gear door. See if this looks goofy. It should be fine, but... Alright. So for example, when the gear is down, we want this closed. Backwards. How did these get installed backwards? That's what I want to know. Why is this not connecting now? Why the fuck is that not connecting? Oh my god, I'm stuck in the building and doing this upside down shit. Drives me nuts. Alright. So now when the gear's down, these doors are going to close. You've got to be shitting me. On what planet is this still fucking backwards? Ugh, that's frustrating as all hell. This one's backwards. God damn it. There we go. Alright, now because there's no collision there, they'll be able to go around the leg of it and completely seal. So that'll be all sealed up. And then the other nice thing is because these don't have collision, you can see how the doors are in the way still. Let me try to get them a little bit out of the way. Okay, it's going to have collision problems with that pivot. That's fine. But then once it gets clear of that, you can see how the doors, because they are XML, they have more space. And that's going to really help us to make sure that if we have any timing issues, there can be clipping, but it prevents it from having huge problems. You can see how, like, even there, it can go through, so the likelihood of getting stuck is much less. Then the wheel itself, we don't want that to clip, so we're going to make sure that clears. All right, good. So that clears up nicely. We don't appear to have any clipping issues. So that looks pretty good. Now, the timing is what's important. So, trying to think. We could put the forward do this. Alright, so now those are reconnected. So this should have even better tolerance now. So if we were to, say, close the doors a little early, this should have limited problem and, like, see, that probably still make it through. Yep, so see how that makes it through even if the doors are in the way? And that makes it so that we don't have a bunch of phantom physics problems. Alright, good. Because that will start making your airplane roll and everything else, so that's good. Alright, we gotta work on timing. So normally, again, I would use that current position. That's the easiest and the best way to do it. Can't do that. I think if there's any way I could do it. Probably not. It's annoying, but not the end of the world. So, what we can do is use a distance sensor. This is the other way to do it. It's not perfect, but it works. Ah, shit. That's not going to want to go there, is it? So I've got a notion that might be fine. So let's do this. All right. So what we'll do is this. Before the gear can move, the doors have to be in the correct position. Let's try that as logic. That should work pretty well. So what we want to do is we want to all right, so that's gear. All right, there's that. Some people do timing. The problem is if there's any slowdown in the game, your gear don't work. You know, that's why the other system works best. I've got a tutorial on that, but so let's go. If we do gear, it's gonna go up, not down. Okay, that goes to the gear. So I'm putting some sort of slowdown in this. That way I can, it actually is about as fast as it's actually moving. So we want to do a threshold here, and that will be the threshold for and this is going to be if this is between that's closed. So the only time we want this closed is if it's between, let's say, 0.1 and 0.9. If it's between 0.1 and 0.9, we want it closed. If it's not between 0.1 and 0.9, we want it open. Which way is it doing it? Yeah, that should be fine. All right, let's run that, and then we want to toggle. That's going to be the doors. That's going to be the gear. No. All right, so the doors are closed because the gear is down. All right, we're going to adjust this. All right, good. So gear movement speed looks good. The door speed's just a little bit slow for what we're trying to do here. And so let's actually just change this. So from 0.1, it's going to be 0.05. And this will be 9.5. So that should open them up earlier and close them later. So there we go. They open up earlier. And they should close later now. Now we don't have any clipping. Problem with that later is, as you can see, we have some clipping on the way down. Let's go to 9.8. All right, let's go down. All right, so let's also do this. I'm trying to think what I want to do. All right, so we can refine that later. That's fine, but that's working pretty well for me. The other thing I want to do is down locks. Which is problematic the way I've got this set up. So, Actually, I can make this work fine. Which way is it going? Shit. The other problem they did with this is these hardpoints are the best down locks, and they made them friggin' huge. So they're absolutely huge. That's problematic to me. Yeah. Let's see if it struggles with no down locks. I didn't. What? All right, we're gonna see if this will struggle with down locks, without down locks, or not. Now we're symmetrical again, which helps. for now. That's what I'm putting on there. So this is actually how you want the plane, if you notice. So this is where a lot of people, they make weird decisions in game that I don't get. It's like if you went and looked at real aircraft, you'd see how a real aircraft's supposed to be set up, and you want the center of gravity right in front of the wheels. And the reason is very simple, right? This elevator is what's pitching the aircraft, right? And so I should be able to come out here and with very little effort put my little narrow ass up here, and I should be able to get this to sit on its tail. All right, if you look, let's just do, here, it'll be easier to do this. So, like, let's see. Let's spawn it in. All right, so see how it leans on its tail, but then it's going to come right back down. It takes very little extra weight for me to keep it, to change the pitch, and that's because the weight is balanced. And so for me to rotate to get off the ground, I don't want enormous elevators causing huge amounts of drag. I want little elevators that have to put a small amount of force. And so that's why we have a long tail, and we can have small elevators. If we had a shorter tail, we'd need bigger elevators because our torque arm is smaller. All right, and if my weight, like you'll see people put wheels way back here and they can't rotate it and get off the ground. Of course they can't, because the center of gravity is way in front of the wheels. So you need them like this in order for it to be able to work. All right, so I'm not seeing any issues with the balance is fine. We're going to work on weight and balance anyway. But I'm not seeing any issues collapsing. And the other thing is, because these go forward, as I hit the brakes, that's going to cause it to kind of push into the build, and they're not going to collapse on me. So we might be all right without down locks. All right, let's work on the nose gear, and then I think we're going to call it quits. All right, so that looks good. That gives us a nice steerable nose wheel. We got to make sure we don't have any clipping in here. So let's put it back up on jack stands eventually when it loads. So that's what they do IRL to test the swing, is they put them up on jack stands, and then you can swing it. So. Whatever. That should be fine. Now so you do not put a brake on the nose wheel anyway, and so the nose gear does not. All right, so see how it starts sliding forward? That's because it's clipping on this block. So there's a quick and easy way to fix. Not that one. We're gonna make it smaller anyways. So you don't put a brake on the nose wheel. There, that has less collision on the front too. That's good. All right, so that looks really good. Let's check, make sure okay, so perfect. This is not clipping out. We can't see it, as you can see. And it's also, it's not clipping into anything up top we would want it not to clip into. Plus, it's got extra headspace, so that's fine. That looks really good. All right. So that was a good swing. This system's working pretty well. So that is, that right there, people are like, oh, Stormworks, Bugworks, all that is that is a, that's a phantom force. So you have a block pushing into another block, where in real life, it would break, right? If you had two pieces of metal pushing into each other, they'd bend or break. The game's not coded for that. There are very few games that are coded like that. And because they're not coded like that, it doesn't know what to do. So it puts a force on it. And we want this. As a door hits the plane, we want the plane to slide off the side, right? We want, equal and opposite reactions. And so that's what we want. But you know, we get these phantom forces. So what's the answer? Don't have shit collide. That's really it. And so we can fix this pretty simply. So if we look, the likely issue for this is the gear doors. If you were noticing, when this wheel comes up, it hits these doors a little bit, and it's hitting this one right here where this collision is. And so these are six, what are they? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's 6 wide doors. So one way, so the problem is it's hard to do evens, so we can do odds, 3 and 3s. We can try to get rid of this collision here and make this one bigger. Trying to think what we would want to do size-wise. Let's do 7 maybe. So let's try a 3x7. Let's see if I have one. And so this can also give you some phantom forces when you are... this can give you phantom forces while you are flying, and people will be like, oh, my plane's torquing to the side when the gear goes up. Bug works. No, it's got nothing to do with bug works. It's got everything to do with your design and not understanding the design. I understand some of these things can be confusing for people, but it doesn't mean it's something wrong with the game. It means something wrong with your design, you know. And do we really want them to... do we really want the devs to spend all this time to fix your problems, or do we just want you to design differently and better? You know, it's better for you to design better than to make the devs go out and spend all this time and effort to fix something that you did, you know. And so the simple thing is stop the collision, right? And so let's do that. So here we have a wedge. We're going to save it. And it's going to be wedge 7 by... this is the wrong one. Stop trying to save. I want it to be a 1x2. All right, there we go. We'll see if this fixes the problem. Let's save this. All right, it's a wedge 7x2. We want to go into the XML. All right, and then if we look for these numbers here, right, we have -1, 1, 1. All right, so one of these we want to make 7. All right, so let's try it. So let's save that. And the nice thing is it instantly updates, so we just have to grab it again. That went the wrong way, so that's not right. So we know we put that back to 1. We'll go 7. Save it. And that's it. All right, good. So that's where we want it. Let's load our plane back in. And I just keep a bunch, you know, I have a bunch of these, and, you know, like now, so these, so I was doing, I got an even side by doing 2 odds. So these are 6s, right? This one is going to be wider, so we got to pick which direction we want it to go, which is fine. I'm leaning more towards back because I don't want the wheel to hit it. And so this is all strut. So by pushing it back towards there, where before this right here is a collision, right? The old block keeps its collision. You can see how it's highlighted. That's the old block. That's where the collision is. The old block keeps its collision. So what we want to do here is we want to put the new block, and we're moving the collision backwards, so hopefully it doesn't hit. All right. So that's why I think some of that bug work shit that people do is trying to be goofy and edgy is pretty stupid, because it's like, yes, there are bugs, but it's also like a lot of them is like people don't understand these elements of like why phantom physics happens, and it happens in every game. Like, good example was GTA. You know, the trains were not ever made to derail, so they don't derail. So when you hit something with the train and that hits another immovable object, now you have two immovable objects, and the game's like, I don't know what to do. I can't figure out what to do with two immovable objects. And so all sorts of weird, freaky behavior happens because it's like, I don't know what to do with two immovable objects. You know? And so that's when like some of that bug work shit's just stupid. It's like, it's you know, the game's not coded for that. You know, none of the games are coded like that, and so you end up in a situation where it's I just think it's pretty silly, and it would be a waste of resources to code for that. Now these would probably, we'd probably get away with 5s without a problem, but for now I'll just make it this big, and if I want to cut some out later, I can do it. Oh. All right, good. Let's go ahead and reconnect this. So this is a good sort of test to see if you have phantom physics and if it's a problem, you know, because like I said, you know, you'll have your plane start rolling every time you put the gear up, and you're like, what's it doing? Bug works. It's like, no, it's you have two immovable objects banging into each other, and it imparts a force, which is a good thing, because again, you have the door bump into something in game, you want it to do something, right? There's also another culprit, perhaps. So, like, let's try this again. All right, so it's hitting something. I've got a notion where it might be hitting. So, like, if you notice, this is how people do that, do, like, some floating shit, is they get some floating airships and everything else by forcing wheels into something, because right when you force the wheel into something, it should be rebounding and pushing back, and that's what it's doing. So let's see if I got another culprit. We'll see. This might not be a huge effect anyways, a huge problem, so I don't want to work on it too long, because it really might not actually give me any issues. So this is the other thing, too, you can do. So see how this is a solid block, and we know this is going to bump into it, and we know these two are going to bump into it? So one thing we can do is we can cut that out, and we can put a wedge in. The wedge has less surface area to bump into things, so that will help. And then we want to do the same thing here. And you can do it even more if we put a 1x2 or we XML'd one in there. It's also not a normal behavior for this to lift its gear up while on the ground. We're actually going to prohibit it from doing this. I just want to see if... Alright, so that's fine. We're still having issues there. But let's put it on the jack stand, and if it rattles around on the jack stands, we know it may be some sort of problem. And again, like, I could spend all day trying to adjust and fix for this, but it might not be a big deal anyway, so let's not. And then if it becomes a problem later, we can work on it. But this is just kind of my mini rant about phantom physics and like people blaming the game for it. It's like, it's in every game because it's just not coded to do stuff it was not intended to do. But this should help because it's going to reduce the... So watch before. The wheel before was hitting these doors. And it was, you could see the doors kind of jostling a little. They don't do that anymore. So that's gives you a greater likelihood that you're not going to get phantom forces in the air, which is important. All right, good. So that's done. Let's try to play with this door, and then I think I'll call it quits, because I got a bunch of other shit to do today. Let me change my laundry over, hit the head, and I'll be back. All right, I am back. So let's go ahead and work on this air stairs here real quick. Might rotate this one actually. All right. Answer text message. Sorry guys, just give me a second. Alright, back. Let's see if we can't get this door done, and then I'm gonna move. I'm gonna go ahead and be done. All right. Let's not screw with that for the second. Let's see what I want to do. So let's first start by putting it in the doorway, make sure it's gonna work. That's important. And then this should be wedged like this, I would say. If I could see anything. Okay. So we know that's going to be wedged opposite to it like that. A lot of this you have to just kind of think three-dimensionally, which can be tough. Let's see. Generally, I don't like doing stairs, but we'll see. Because they're not as steep as I'd like them to be. Yeah, because already they just like, they would extend out too much. So let's do ladder. You just kind of hop up the door, I think is better. I wish they give us more stair options. We just don't have them. So instead of complaining all day about them, we'll just work with what we got. That way we can throw a little window in there. A little bit of detail. I'm gonna push this out is the thing. You gotta kind of understand the geometry of this. It makes it somewhat difficult. So it's got to be out a block. Now there we go. Another small thing I think the devs could do, which would be great, is make it so that we can color all sides of this block here. That way, be better. All right, let's go ahead and the add-on, they don't like actually board a ladder or anything. All right, so I need that to come out. That's not. God damn it, cat! Stop stepping on my balls. So let's see. Can I drop that? Not really. I think it's got to go up and out. Okay. So that's going to be in too far, so it's got to go out another one. And down. It's got to be up to be able to push out, so let's try that, and then it's just too long at the moment, so let's go ahead and I'm going the opposite way where I need to be. Let's see. If it's up, it's going to be in one. It's got to be in line. All right. But I need to push it out, so that's the problem. I could put an XML piece in there. That's what I'll do. What do you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Problem is the stair is going to be the issue. Now it's going to go 1 in, so I got to account for that in a second here. Okay. All right, good. I don't need the stair there, which is good. Alright, good. So that fits, and then I'm going to put a facade on the outside. I'm going to double thick the door, make it dummy thick. Let's see where I'm sitting in here. So if we go and we look, I want to see where my head is. Alright, so it's one block above the seat. So that actually lines up perfectly. Alright, I love it. Love it. Can't get enough of it. Alright. Need a 3x3 block is what I need. 3x3 block, there we is. Okay, you need to attach it, huh? Why won't that connect? Why won't that connect? I want to know why that won't connect. Oh, I see why. Okay. Won't connect because that's the XML block and it's not actually touching it. That's why. So limit to about 0.78 will be good, and then there, that fixes all my issues there. That's good. So it's right about there, it's hitting. It's about 0.83. So it's a good thing to do. Go in there and mark these. So 0.83. That way, when you go back to actually make your controller later, you don't have to run the test again to see where it's going to be. Okay, and then that needs something on the base there. Probably the corners of the ladder hitting. So let's verify that. Should be the corners of the ladder hitting, I'm thinking. Yeah, corners of the ladder hitting right there. We'll delete these out for now. Okay, still hitting, huh? What's hitting? What is hitting? So maybe it's not the corner of the ladder's hitting. So that should make it in. What is causing that to hit? Alright. So I like the functionality of that door. In and out's nice. So I want to see where the hell is this hitting. So a real simple thing we can do is do that. See if it still hits. That's an easy fix if that's hitting. Oh, it's you know what it is? I limited it the wrong direction. That's all it is. Okay. I limited it the wrong direction, that's it. So literally it's not hitting. It's I limited it the wrong direction. That's all I did. Alright, that's it. There we go. That's it right there. Alright. Very nice. Off on real easy, no problems. And then I need to put in a block here. So let's go ahead. Then I might want to change up the stair if I do this, but we'll see. That's actually not too bad. Nice, that seals up nicely. Let's try something. I think I can get rid of that stair and be fine. Yeah, no problems there. Nice, that seals up nicely. All right, good. Let's bang some quick windows in. So it is, what, 2 from the top right here on this line. All right. You sucker, you. All right, let's do symmetry. Do I want a porthole? Might do portholes. I don't know. I think they'd be better than squares. I'm digging it. We have the little window for the door there. Very nice. All right, so we have our comfort seats and we have our economy seats. Put a cargo bulkhead there. I kind of want to offset that one though. Let's offset it one. So part of this add-on is going to be cargo. So I want to be able to do some combi aircraft that can do both passenger and cargo. All right, so the way I've got my cargo system set up here is, let's do... So it has the grippers on the cans, and then the cans slide in here. So I should be able to fit 2 cans in here, and that's what I'm looking for. So if I bring in my cans, giggity. So here's a cargo pallet. Oh, it fits perfect. All right, that's awesome. And so that fits 2 pallets in there. So that's great. And then they'll slide, so you can fit 2 cargo pallets in there. All right, nice. So I'm having a good time here with this. This is a lot of fun. And then, so let's go ahead and save this up real quick. All right, let's load up my cargo pallet. I want to load the cargo pallet. So if you didn't know this about these, if you do a flip switches require no electricity. So that's nice. So it works kind of like a mechanical switch, which I wish the devs would have more of that. And then we'll label that 1's fine, and then all right, so that's going to be lock and release. Just do one up. Come on, you son of a bitch. Stop that. All right, so stackable nodes, again, awesome. One of my favorite updates. This is panel. And then we're going to need 2, so I need to, let's see. Let's update that real quick. Let's move this before I cause problems. All right, and then what we want to do is add 2 things. So one is going to be Boolean output. This is going to be lock, release. And the stackables are fantastic. Like, people underestimate how great that was. All right, so now we're going to read on off 1. Really getting back into Stormarks here. It's a lot of fun. And 2. So release is 2, and then that's 1 for lock. All right. All right, so the way these function with the add-on is these will spawn in a location. You then have to manually load them. The passengers, eventually I'm going to have them walk over, but these you manually going to have to walk over. Do I have a gripper there? I do. Shit. I was gonna say. Let's say this is my new palette. All right, good. So let's check my front. Let me see. I had a skid steer. No, stop it. Why is it? Oh, okay, because they were R. All right. Let's see. All right, where was the mag all? I think probably trigger. No. That was what? That was trigger was magnet toggle, and it was also park brake. All right. All right, let's go ahead and set this up, and we'll play with this a little bit. So this is when it gets fun for me, is having multiple vehicles, and that's one of the things I wanted to do with this was be able to do multiples. You know, have accessory vehicles. You know, so that's a lot of fun as far as I'm concerned. Let's see. So kind of the way the add-on will work is these will spawn in an area, then you'll go load them. All right, good. So here's kind of the setup. We'll see if that's tall enough, but I'm just working here. All right. Am I completely stuck? I am completely stuck. All right, that's fun. All right, let's see. Start, stop, 6. All right, and this is what's going to be real fun for me, is the ability to do cargo and passengers at once with one add-on. So that's what I'm working on with this add-on. So it's just starting to get into cargo. It's real easy. It spawns them. It registers the name of the particular cargo you've spawned, and then that way it will, when it gets to its destination, it knows to get rid of it. So. All right, so it just grabbed on, so now we can go. All right. So I can grab the hard point. Is this snapped on? Come on, stop fucking going so fast. Oh my Jesus. It's opposite in the editor than it is out here, and it drives me absolutely batshit crazy. Okay, it grabbed the one there. So what we need to do here is go back in, and I need to release. And it grabbed the first one, so we need to make sure that's released. All right. And then I'll go back and I'll hit this again. There we go. All right, so this has got to go in further, and the arms of this are really not helpful for that, but all right, that's good. And then we want to go. All right, good. Get out of the sucker for now. All right, so now we want to go and go to release off, and it should snap on. Might have to hit it first. All right, I should be able to get in the back cargo position here and jiggle it. All right, so now it's on the tracks. And I should be able to grab the hard point and push it. All right, now it's pushed into position, and I'm going to do the lock. All right, so now that's locked. So this is nice and fast. It's fun to mess with this and to play with it. I'm going to take a quick screenshot here. Couple quick screenshots. All right, good. So this is a lot of fun. So this is really getting me back into the game. It's one of those things that, like, I would love the devs to add some of this innately to the game. You know, but I can add it with the add-on. So, you know, we can do this ourselves if we want. I'm going to release this in the workshop when it's done my add-on. Not necessarily the other shit, but the add-on. It's very tight. This is within one block of everything, so. but it can fit 2 cargo containers in. This is going to be real cool because I'm still working on the economy a little bit, but it's mostly done for the add-on. So I talked about it a little bit. So essentially what happens is there's an actual living economy going on with the add-on. And so each place on the map, and I'm not doing the movable islands yet. Fuck me. Let's do this. So for example, there's a population I've dictated for the Isle of Donk here for Draymore. And a certain number of the population is willing to travel, right? They want to travel. And there's a certain amount of people who have enough money for first class, comfort, and economy. And as you raise the ticket prices, the first class people, they don't care because they have enough money. They don't care if you raise the ticket prices. So your first class travel still wants to travel. Your comfort, they mostly still want to travel. Your economy, the higher you put your ticket prices, the less likely they're willing to travel. And there's a limit. You can only go to like 2x on the price. As you lower the price, your first and your comfort, they still want to travel. Your economy, they start to want to travel more as you lower the price. So there's a certain number of people who live here, there's a certain number of people who live here and here, and all the cities around the airports. And because of that, there's you get a certain number of people who want to travel, and then you get the distance from base to base. That is part of your fare calculation. So how far is it? What's the demand? And then as you physically move, say there are only 30 people who live on Donk who want to travel. If you moved all 30 over here, now there are 0 people who want to travel. But if there are, say, 60 people who want to travel over here and you just added 30, well, they want to travel back home. So they're now in the travel pool over here. So it's kind of an interesting and fun way to do it. All right. So now this here, we want to release is off. I would love to be able to get a belt loader to work. I've got some ideas on how to make it work, so we have to play with it. All right, so now that just snapped into position. And we want to lock it. So those are now locked in position. All right, good. So that's our cargo in there. Very good. So that's awesome. That loads up pretty well. Let's see if I can't, let's load up just the plane. I think we're going to run into, yeah, we run into the next set here. Which this is the set right here, because that's going to be as far as the cargo will go anyway. But yeah, so this is really good. I'm really enjoying this, and I finally got the plane to kind of the point where I'm happy with it, and I'm enjoying working on it. And now being able to integrate it with cargo and the passenger add-on. So let me go ahead and show you the passenger add-on. I got too much shit to do. I'm going to go ahead and probably finish up. I'm having a lot of fun, though. I can work on this while I'm at work, too. All right, so that's going along well. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna just delete off the jack stands real quick. And I'm gonna spawn in 2 cargo containers. So I need to move my center of gravity just a touch further forward. All right, that's looking better. And let's see where the... Okay, so fuel's a little bit further forward. That's good. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and spawn it, make sure that this sits right. And then one test we want to do is we got to make sure we have enough elevator authority. How's it going there? Ow, good to see you, good to see you. All right, so again, what I was saying is, you know, you want it so that it's balanced and the center of gravity is right in front of your mains. And so as you can see, I just pushed it rearward. So of course, now what's going to happen is it's going to sit on its tail. And that's what we want. And what we want is pretty light control surfaces. We talked about how the longer the tail, the more torque you have, the smaller the elevators you have. If the elevators were closer in, I would need bigger elevators to create more force, or I can use torque. So now you see how they are where the center of gravity is. See how it's just in front of the wheels? That's what we want. And so the reason for that is I'm just going to start adding battle cannon back here until it gets to the point where they're pretty much right in the center of the hub of the wheel. And that's going to be where it's going to not care if it's on its ass or if it's sitting on its wheels. So right about there, it could go either way. See how it's perfectly balanced now? And so that extra ballast is going to be for cargo. So we need to ballast it so that cargo can go in there. And let me see if I can find you a tail stand. So with cargo, you'll often see, it's especially important with cargo planes to have tail stands. And let's look real quick. So you can see these are tail stands. 737s are notorious. They always need a friggin' tail stand because of the way they're built and how they've been stretched over the years. You can see here's an Alaska airline with the tail stand on there. We see these all the time at work. All the 737s have tail stands. These are cargo dogs. They have tail stands. And you can see one sitting on its ass. That's why they have tail stands. And the reason they're doing this is normally when you load, there's a 7.3 passenger with a tail stand. See all these tail stands. Often when they're loading a passenger aircraft, they're loading from front to back. They're doing this for a specific reason. You don't want it to sit on its ass. So by loading the front first, it prevents the airplane from sitting on its tail. In cargo, you have to load from back to front. And the reason is the cargo cans generally go in towards the front and they slide rearward. So you have to load the rear to the forward. And because of that, you need a tail stand so it doesn't sit on its ass. So I might build a tail stand. We'll see if I need it or not. But we're going to load it and see if we can do without. So that's one thing we're doing here. Did I not display cap? Sorry, guys. So again, here you go with... I haven't published the mod yet. I'm working on it. So here's the tail stands, if you missed it. For cargo, you can see for a passenger, here's cargo. There's them putting in the tail stand. 7.3, you always see it. There's a cargo dog sitting on its ass. There's an otter with a tail stand. Here's a passenger sitting on its ass. There's a passenger with a tail stand. There's a cargo passenger sitting on its ass. And so when you're loading up the cargo planes, you have to load ass first just because you have to go in from the door and you push them all the way to the back, push them all the way to the back, push them all the way to the back. Then as you get cargo in the front, it's balanced. So... and so what we want to do is I want very light control forces. So if you look, these are 30 apiece. So 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. The 7 times 3, that's 210 mass is all I need to be able to rotate my aircraft. All right, and so you want light control force. You don't want to have enormous elevators. It's fine, but you're also putting a lot of stress on the tail if you have your center of mass too far forward. So we're going to go ahead and take those out. I'm going to go ahead and save this real quick as one of the backups. All right, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to load a little bit of cargo in here. I'm not going to load it with my skid steer. I'm just going to put it in there. And I'm going to see if it sits on its ass. All right, so good. That does not sit on its ass. Now, I don't have any weight in these cargo containers. I'm probably going to, the heavier the cargo container, the more money you're going to make on them. But as you can see, these are loaded as far aft as possible. And they are, they're not tipping me on my ass, which is good. So that's beautiful. So that's good. That's about where I want to be. And it should be piece of cake to rotate this. So with the add-on, I'm going to be able to spawn with this aircraft 2 cargo containers. And let's look at the passenger count. All right, we should have 6 comfort. These are not first class. First class, I'm going to make them big, wide chairs. So they're going to have armrests. And so they're going to be, at least we'll have 1 armrest. So you're not going to be able to stack as many chairs in here. So this one here has 6 comfort and 6 economy seats. And then it's going to have 2 cargo containers. So you have a total of 12 passengers, and then you can't carry any first in here. I could put first seats in, but I'd have to take up some of my aisle, so that's an option as well. But it's also diesel, it's reciprocating, so it's going to save us a lot on, it's going to be pretty cheap on fuel. So I got to get moving on some IRL shit. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to quickly do this, because I want to get to a good spot, stop. Actually, I don't want to save this with cargo in it. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're working with. I'm actually going to stop. But yeah, so this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's quickly, Owl, you said you hadn't seen the add-on, right? Let's check up with Owl's chat. Yeah, I would say it's probably more King Air, but it's more Queen Air actually with reciprocating. I know she published a mod, but yeah, I'm still working on the mod. I'll show it to you right now. All right, so let's go ahead and show you. So I got to fix these seats. So I actually have a manual. Let me find the manual. I'll bring it up, and we'll talk about it super fast. I talked about it. It's kind of boring talking over the manual. So let's go ahead and... where's my PDF? Trying to find the PDF for this. There it is. All right. All right, so let me bring up the manual, and I'll show you guys real quick on the manual. This is where I think, I'm not a huge AI guy, but this is where it really helps. So, like, my coding sucks. This helps. And then I had it make me this manual because it knows everything and format it. So anyways, so here's the transport missions. A practical guide to staging, boarding, carrying, transferring, delivering, and managing passenger stormworks. Also, cargo is coming. So essentially, you're going to go in there, and this is how you're going to label your seats. So you have first class, comfort, and economy. First is going to be F _ whatever number of the seat. You can't duplicate seats. So if you have 6 seats, it's going to be F1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In this case, we have comfort, so it's going to be comfort 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have economy 6 seats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we use these commands. There's also a help right here, and that displays the command list, and that's growing as I add stuff. So let's go ahead and I'll show you real quick. We just need to go in and label this up correctly. So let's finish labeling this up. Make sure this one has no cargo. This one does. All right, let's load the one without cargo. All right, that doesn't have any cargo in it. Yep, no cargo. All right, good. So let's fix the labeling on these. So these are all comfort seats. So it's comfort 1. It should be 3 and 5. It should be 2. 4. 6. So that's 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, and 6. So oftentimes this is how airplanes will do it, is odds on one side, evens on the other. So then these are economies. So that's going to be 1, 3, 5. This is going to be economy 2, 4, and 6. All right, so now these are labeled. It's going to read how many seats we have in each class, and it will automatically do this for us. So let's go ahead and spawn it in. All right, so here's our plane. Let's go ahead and we'll run the add-on the way it's supposed to be run. So let's just do this real quick. I'm going to go ahead to the trigger, toggle, park, brake. All right. Let's go get in there. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll toggle that. All right, so now what we want to do is let's go ahead and I'll show you how this works, Al, and everybody else. So let's go ahead and hit enter for the command, and we're going to do question mark, PAX, help. Aircraft not inside a transport location. What was that? Let me look real quick. I got to bring up my own manual here. P help. That's why it's not PAX help. It's P help. All right, that helps. All right, so question mark, P help. All right, here's the command list. So if we look, we've got all the commands. So here's the passenger commands. Question mark passengers. It auto detects first, comfort, and economy seats and shows weighted demand, fares, and potential route revenue. Passenger on boards as many passengers as possible for the selected destination. For example, question mark PAX O'Neill on. Now, the other thing I did is make them case insensitive, and I also made it so that you don't need to put the apostrophe in O'Neill. You don't have to capitalize anything. So if you wanted to just do question mark PAX ONEIL in lowercase, it works. If you want to do question mark PAX ONEIL in uppercase, it works. If you want to do passenger O apostrophe capital N EIL lowercase, it works. So that way you're not like, shit, what is having to look up, like, what does it have to be? As long as you're close, it works. Passenger on, without saying that, it will board up the, so you can board the number requested. So question mark PAX on boards the requested number of passengers. So say we had 6 for O'Neill, and I do question mark PAX O'Neill 3, it's only going to board 3 of them. Passenger off offloads everybody. Passenger off with the name only unloads, for example, O'Neill. So if I had passengers for O'Neill and Harrison, so for example, say I start during Moore, I board up 6 that want to go to O'Neill and 6 that want to go to Harrison. When I get to Harrison, which is the closer base, I can just offload my Harrison passengers, and then I can onboard 6 more for O'Neill, and then continue on to O'Neill. Now I have 12 I can offload at O'Neill. Status shows that. Fare shows the current fare multiplier in demand. This sets your multiplier. So if I did fare 1.25, I'm asking for 25% more. Revenue is different. So revenue, let's say you don't think you're making enough money and it's kind of a grind and you want to make more money per trip, or the other thing, you think you're making too much money per trip, you can change revenue and it doesn't change how many passengers want to travel. They still want to travel. All you're doing is it's a way for you to change the amount of revenue you're making. So if you think the fares are the overall amount of money you're making is too low or too high, you can change that. PLOC does the transport location. Passenger reset resets the pool's route demands and manifests. So like I was talking about, if I take all the passengers from Draymoor and I put them somewhere else, I have to transport them back at some point. And if I wanted, I could reset it so that everybody goes back to where they're supposed to be. So that's what passenger reset does. Finance shows me company revenue and passenger statistics. P-help, it shows this command list. All right, so real quick, let's go ahead and let's go question mark packs. All right. Where am I? That I'm not. I should be in a. Oh, you know what it is? This is my thing. I changed it, so now it's no longer in the hangar. It's outside. That's what's going on. All right, let's go ahead and push this out. So it used to be where the transport box was inside of the hangar. I changed that, so it's no longer in the hangar. You have to get out of the hangar. I may or may not change that. That sort of stuff I don't like changing too much because that requires you to have a new save. And so ideally, I don't want you to have to have a new save. So I'm going to take the plane out. I know some people will be annoyed that it has to be out of the hangar. The point and the reason why I did that is I'm going to add a system on this where, I'll show you in a second here. All right, so let's go ahead and do it now. So question mark, packs. All right, so I'm going to do print screen just so we can look at this. All right. So I'm just going to highlight this, and I'm going to bring up paint, and we can look at this real quick. So that's what I recommend using. Just go ahead and use the print screen, and then you can look at it. So here we go. So current location, we're at Harrison. It knows where it is because it reads the box that it's in. It says, hey, you're at Harrison. You're at Harrison. The normal travel pool, there's 80 people who are willing to travel when the price is 1.0. Okay. Max discount pool, so if I were to do the cheapest ticket, which is 25% of a normal ticket, I would have up to 200 people who want to travel. And this is based on the population I've set for that location. Transfer waiting, 0. So transfer is, let's say I fly from Draymoor to Harrison, and I have passengers for Harrison and O'Neill on board. But I want to be done playing for the evening. So what I do is I stop and I go packs off. Now, the passengers for Harrison are now delivered. I get my money. The passengers for O'Neill, they're not at O'Neill yet. I don't get my money, but they go into the transfer waiting pool. So now the passengers are sitting in a virtual database that says, hey, there are connecting passengers at Harrison who want to go to O'Neill. So then let's say I fire up a new game session. I say, you know what, I don't want to do passenger transport. I want to go do oil or mining or whatever, and I do that. And let's say 2 weeks later, I decide, hey, you know what, I want to do passenger again. So I go back to Harrison, and I have those passengers. They're still waiting for me in the transfer pool. Willing to travel at 1.0, 74%. All right, destinations. There's Draymoor, DRE. Now I can type DREIMOR. I can type DRE is the shortcut. I can do a capital or lowercase. So each one of these has a 3-letter identifier. O'Neill, O-N-E, Tajan, T-A-G, J rather, Ender, E-N-D, Clark, C-L-A, F-J Warner, F-J-W. Okay, and it shows me how many first class, how many comfort, and how many economy want to go in the total. So 6 passengers want to go from Harrison to Draymoor, right there. 5 economy, 1 first class. On this particular airplane, we don't have any first class seats, so we can't take these first class passengers. There's no comfort, and there's 5 economy. For each first class passenger, to go to Draymoor, if you notice, the amount of money changes. Look at how much a first class passenger is worth for Tajan, $434. That's because it's also based on distance. So it's a long way from here to Tajan. So I have to burn a lot of fuel. It takes me a lot of time. And because of that, I get more money to go up to Tajan. All right. Ender. Ender is further away than Dremore. Dremore is the closest place from here. So I get $65 for a first. At Ender, I get $134. Clark's 98 and FJ Warner's 94. It's all based on distance. All right. So the other thing, when I talked about that revenue command, let's say that's not enough money for you. Let's say you need about double that. You could do revenue up to a max of 2. So you do revenue 2.0. And it would give you double these numbers. Let's say that's too much for you and you want to do half of that. You could do revenue 0.5 and it will give you 50%. That doesn't change the pasture demand. That is you setting the amount of money you want. All right. Fares will change some of this. So if I did fare 0.5, I'm going to get half of 25. All right. So for comfort, I get $20 on Dremore now. I'd get half of it, but I would get more passengers who want to go. So, like, let's look at O'Neill. O'Neill has one of the highest populations that I put on there. So O'Neill, there are 28 passengers who want to travel. There are 4 comfort and 22 economy. And it will show you the potential if your plane was full. So if I could take every passenger, all 6 passengers, to Dremore, I'd get $1,900. If I could take every passenger to O'Neill, I could get $8,400. Tajan, 86. And if you look, there's only 4 people who want to go to Tajan, but that's worth a lot of money. So the reason I did this was this is going to help you with, say, for example, if you wanted to do, you could crank up the fares to 200%, and you're going to keep your first class passengers. Well, now you might want to take a private jet up there, and now it makes it worthwhile because the fares are 200%. Now, one thing I might add, which I'm probably going to add, is VIPs. So there'll be VIP travel, so you'll get a very small number of infrequent travelers who want to go places. And this will make it so you could have a corporate jet with 4 seats, and that might be just as lucrative as a regular commercial plane with fewer seats. All right, so let's go ahead and look at a good place to load up. So here is FJ Warner. There's 14 total passengers. There are 4 for comfort, 9 for economy. Now, if we look at the, let's look at the amount of money, right? So this plane can hold 6 comfort, and it can hold 6 economy, okay? So right here, we can't fill, right here, we can't fill our comfort. There's only 4, but we can fill our economy. Our economy is only $25 a piece. Well, if we go to an FJ Warner, we have 9 economy, which means we'll fill our 6 seats. And we have 4 comfort, which will give us 4 comfort seats. That's actually going to give us more money. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so the next thing we want to do is we want to do question mark. Let me actually check it. So let's do question mark, PAX, FJW. And there they go. You see they just spawned in. Okay, so let's go take a look at these people. So these are all the people who just spawned in for FJ Warner. Okay, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 passengers who just boarded that want to go to FJ Warner. Okay? So there's 10 of them. We have a total of 12 seats. And that makes sense. Remember, we had comfort. We were missing 2 passengers that just didn't want to travel at that rate. All right, so now they're here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that when I go to board them, they will walk from where they spawn all the way up to near the airplane. There'll be a zone, and they'll walk from here to there, so you'll kind of get some animation. Now, right now, what we can do is we can go question mark, PAX, FJW, PAX, FJW, on. Now they're on the airplane. Let's go ahead and print screen this so you can see. FJ, so Harrison FJ, 0 for first, 4 for comfort, 6 for economy, 10 total pastures, requested 10, new local pastures 10, booked revenue due 4460, and the fair multiplier is at 1. Tells you all the information you need, okay? And let's go ahead and look and see if our pastures are in there. Yep, there they are. So we should have 2 comfort seats open. We do, and we should have all of our economy seats are filled. So let's go ahead and take a picture of this. Trying to get all the pastures on board. There we go. All right. All right, let's go in the back. I'll take another quick pic here. I'm trying to do this because eventually when I make manuals, I want to put the pictures in. All right, good. So there are my pastures, and now I could also load cargo. Remember, that's part of what I want to do here with having a combi plane that can do both. So we'll load 2 cargo containers that are also going in for FJ. So we'd search how many cargo containers go in FJ. Now, the way I'm going to do this is certain cargo containers are going to be worth more money. So if they're heavier, they're going to be worth more money. If they are, so one thing I'm also thinking that will be, let me write a note. This will be fun. Let's do fragile cargo. All right, so fragile cargo, one thing, I don't know if the game can do this, but we'll test it. One thing we can do is put a G meter inside of a cargo container. If we do too many Gs, that will break the fragile cargo and we'll get a percentage. So say the max Gs is 2, and the normal Gs is up to 1.5. 1.5 is a reasonably hard landing in a real aircraft. If we get to the point where we got to 2 Gs, we get 0 money for the cargo. If we get anything over 0.5, we start losing it. So from 0.5 to 2, so if we got to 0.75, we'd lose 50% of the value of a fragile cargo. That would be fun. And then heavy cargo, the drawback is we might not be able to put it in because it will sit on its tail. So we have to be careful. Certain planes can't take heavy cargo. The other thing I'd do is put cargo that has a time limit on it. That's the other thing that I think would be fun. All right, so go in here. We go ahead and we fly off to... This already works. I've already tested it out. We'd fly off to FJ. Okay, when we get to FJ, we pull in front of the hangar. Now, this is not going to actually deliver, so let's go ahead, finance. All right, if you look, game cash, 20 grand. That's how much money we have in game. Virtual company cash, 0. Lifetime passenger revenue, 0. Completed passenger trip, 0. Passengers carried, 0. As you do that, that's going to keep a tally. It's also going to give you the money into your account. So once these people got to FJ and I dropped them off, I actually get the money in game. All right, so now let's say that I flew here and I want to be done for the night and I just want to get the passengers off. All right, so let's look at packs. This is the pool. All right, so if you notice, the pool has gone down by 10 passengers. Max discount pool down by 10 passengers. The reason is they're on board with me. If we look at FJ, right, FJ is down on passengers here because they're on board. Now, let's go ahead and do packs off. Passengers are offloaded. Current location, Harrison. Total offloaded, 10. So now, look at this. See how it says still traveling to FJ? 10. We've already booked these passengers. They want to go to FJ, but I've dropped them off here. So now I know that I can pick these people back up. Those are my transfers, all right? And then if we go ahead, let's look inside. No passengers left. Okay, let's go ahead and packs. If you look here, see the transfer waiting pool right there? That is the 10 passengers we put back into the system, okay? And so those passengers are back where they belong in this system. And so now I can go do anything else I want to do. I can get off from the night. I can go ahead, I can go do some missions, I can go do some drilling, I can go do some mining, whatever I want to do, because I don't want to do pastures anymore. That's fine, because anytime I get back in my pasture aircraft, I search, and bingo, those 10 pastures are still there and waiting. And you can see, I'll print screen it real quick so you can see right here, see how it says transfer 10? That means there are transfer passengers who are now booked for FJ, but they're stuck here at Harrison. And until they go, I'm not going to get any money for them. So if we look at finance, you notice I still have not made any money because I have not actually taken the passengers there. Good question from Owl. If one dies, no gain or no penalty. You get no money. So if that passenger dies, say the plane crashes, we're not getting any money for those people. I did not put a penalty. I might put a penalty on there. The nice thing is any Lua change I make can be updated on the workshop, and you do not need a new save. Okay, that's important. Let's go ahead into the add-on editor. I got to do. So let's go ahead and load up the transport missions. So right now we're at Harrison. This is Harrison. And this is what it looks like in here. Anytime I edit this, you will have to do a no save. So I'm going to try to edit this as little as possible. This right here is the box that your aircraft has to be in to interact with passengers. Okay? So you see how big it is. As long as we're out in front of the hangar, we are good to interact with the passengers. Okay? Now, if you look here, this is where the passengers spawn. All right? Each one of these has this system. Okay? And then what's going to get added is there's going to be a cargo spot. So probably in here, I'll put it off to the left side. And that's where your cargo containers will spawn, and you'll go load the plane with the cargo. Okay? Yeah, so I'm still trying to decide if I want the passenger to walk. And what that will do is they'll walk out here into the corner of the spawn box, and then that way it will look like they're trying to board the aircraft, and then they'll kind of zap themselves into the airplane. So if you've ever played with the Stormlink add-on, you'll notice some of the features are similar. I tried to do a bunch of improvements. I used to play Stormlink a lot, and I had some problems with it where I didn't like. And so the way Stormlink worked was you had to essentially purchase the bases. So you'd buy here and here and here and here, and that would open them. And the problem with Stormlink was, one, regular Stormlink, they would put this little building that looked like a terminal, and that added a lot of resources because you had all these buildings and infrastructure everywhere. Then they came out with Stormlink Lite, which didn't have the infrastructure. So I've chosen not to do the infrastructure here. And the reason is simple, is I want to keep it light. The other problem with Stormlink was you could have, let's say you opened up 10 different locations, or here, let's not say 10. Let's say how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 locations with Tajin. There are 7 airports currently on this system. If with Stormlink, you would have every passenger in the system physically in the world. And that caused huge amounts of lag. And this is where people complain about multiplayer. This is part of the problem. If I had 200 people sitting up at Tajin and I'm down at Harrison, this can't despawn. And that means the entire map has to be up at all times, and that causes a lot of lag. Right now, my passengers are all in a virtual register. It's not real. All right, it's just a small bit of number in the code. These passengers, they're not physically in the world. They're in their houses, right? We can pretend they're in their houses. They're not at the airport, okay? And because of that, destination not found. What did I do? All right, so there are the passengers. I just brought the passengers back into the world, okay? Now, the game has to render these passengers. There they are. Okay. The game has to make them real. But there are no passengers anywhere else. So what I've essentially done is say, hey, passengers who want to travel today, come from your house to the airport. And they physically come into the world. Now they're into the world, okay? And I can put them on my plane. You saw me do this already, right? I'll do it again real quick. All right. So we go ahead and we do question mark packs FJ F my god, if I could type. FJ Warner on. There they go. They just went on the airplane. They're on the airplane. So they're still physically in the world. When I go to Harris or FJ rather, and I go, it'll give me a message. It won't work. FJ Warner off. So if I did passengers FJ Warner off, let's say I had 2 passengers for Clark. This will make it so that only the FJ passengers come off. Now they're going to come off. Cannot deliver FJ passenger here. Current location Harrison. Okay. Use packs off to offload. It just said use. All right. Let's try it again. You can see the message. So I'm telling it, hey, take off the FJ Warner passengers. Okay, so it says use packs off to offload everyone here as transfers. So you have to unload them as transfers if you want them off from FJ here. So what we'll do here is we'll do that. So the passengers are still boarded, and that's because this is not FJ Warner. It will not let me just get rid of them where I want and make money. But what I can do is question packs off, and now they're off. They're back in that virtual register, and they're no longer in the world causing a bunch of lag. So that's why this is better than Stormlink. How's it going there, Summer? Summer Sodium Chloride, how are you? It is not public yet. I'm adding cargo to it, and the reason I was talking about why. One of the main reasons why I didn't just release what I have so far is, one, I got to make sure things don't break, but also every time you change something physically in the add-on editor, every time I change something in the add-on editor, move one of these, add something. So for example, to add another box where, so like say I add my cargo box, right? That's not what I want to do here. So say I have my cargo box where I want cargo to spawn. Every time I add something in the add-on editor, you will have to start a new save. And so what I'm trying to do is get enough done where you don't have to start a new save to use this. Anytime I change code, you do not need to start a new save. All you have to do is, like, literally, you don't even have to restart your game. Like, literally, okay, say I made a code change. I do reload _ scripts. And you see the little icon spun at the top. Every time I make a code change, literally that's all I have to do. And every time you restart your game, it's going to automatically take in the new code. So if I make a code change, it does not need a reboot. If I make a physical change, you're going to need a new save. And so I'm trying to get this done to the point. And so one of the reasons why I'm building this aircraft is I want to do enough testing where the cargo and the passengers are working seamlessly enough for me to release it, but I will release it when it's done. Nope, that's good. Yes, the cargo's real assets. Let's go ahead and load up this one. Good question. So, yep, the cargo I very much want to do is real assets. Shit, did I not load up a cargo one? So, here, let's load up this. I'm not going to go ahead and do it, but I'll load them in real quick so you can see them. So there are going to be a bunch of these standard cargo pallets, and I'm trying to do a bunch of different ones. For example, it's easy to add heavier weight ones. The heavier weight, I just put battle cannon pieces in, and they're going to be heavier. And that's going to make it so certain planes can't. So for example, this aircraft can carry 2 of these. And then my skid steer, I showed earlier in the video. If you want to go back and look a little earlier, somersault. you can see me do it, but so like this is what you would do. So you spawn those in, you spawn in your little skid steer, you go ahead and you open up your cargo. I'll just load one real fast so you can see it. And then I'm going to jump off. I got a bunch of stuff to do today. But you go ahead and you say, okay, let's come in here. Yep, so I very much wanted cargo to be physical. Don't know why this isn't grabbing. Why is that not grabbing? There we go. All right. So these are physical, and of course, as you get heavier ones, they're going to be harder to load. And then I was talking about thinking of seeing if there's a way I can do fragile. So say, for example, the cargo has a G meter in it. And let's say that the G meter goes over a set point. You're going to lose money on the cargo because you caused damage. And so we're going to push this all the way in. Okay, so that just grabbed on. So what we want to do is... I got to find the release button. There we go. So I'll push this all the way in. And then we'll go ahead and... Alright, so that is your cargo container in there. And then we're going to take release off, and it should snap into position here. Alright, so now that's inside. It's snapped in. You notice, is it on the rails? Not yet. Alright. I'm trying to get up there. So I'll probably make a belt loader. I got to figure out how to do it. I think it will just have a push ram on it. So now it's on there. So you see how it's in there, and it will slide on the track. So I can grab that hard point, and I can slide it like that, and then slide it on the tracks. Once it's slid, you go ahead and you can lock it in position with the brake. All right, so that's now locked, and then we'll go grab the next one. This is diesel electric. That's why it sounds like it shut off, because it rebuilt the battery. So this will be fun because, you know, you'll have different sizes of these. They'll be standardized. You know, this is kind of my smaller aircraft cargo containers. These are pretty light. You know, this should not make the aircraft sit on its ass. Like, I'll go ahead and try to see if I can get it to sit on its ass a little bit with the loader attached. So let's actually get in there real quick, and let's go ahead, and I want to do release so that it doesn't grab the... Same thing you do in a real skid steer. If you tipped over, it happens. I've done it. You just push the bucket down. It's hitting on the door. Let me just close my door. Not really supposed to be driving around with the door up anyway. So you go ahead and put the second one. This one will take 2 cargo containers. Of course, I'm going to make bigger planes. I'm going to make more cargo focused. I'll make smaller planes that maybe carry just 1 cargo container and a couple passengers or something, or you have to choose cargo or passengers. So there's going to be a lot of cool stuff with this. All right, so now that's in. All right, good. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to go back and we're going to try to snap this in. I can do it with the loader, too. Let's just do it with the loader. So we'll push this on the tracks, and it should snap into position. I don't know why that one's release off. Okay, release. I don't know why that's not snapping in. Let's see. See if I can get it to snap on and off. Maybe see which one's on. This one in the back should be on. The front one is not on presently. Yeah, this one's not on yet. So let's go ahead and here. I don't think I set my brake. Okay. See if they're locked up now. Come on. Now brakes are on. Alright, brakes back on. I might make a tail stand. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. Let's go ahead and just grab this here real fast. The problem is I made it so that, just to kind of quick and dirty, my handbrake is the same as the release for this. So like I can make telehandlers, make a bunch of different stuff. So that's one of my favorite things that like gets me back in the game is making some of these accessory vehicles like tow vehicles, cargo vehicles for helping with cargo. Okay, that's in. I think I knocked it in. No, I didn't. It's still not in. See if we can get this attached. See why this is not grabbing. But it grabbed earlier. I'll just see what's up. Yeah, see, it's still off center. Okay. My homunculus ass sitting in there. Don't know why the hard point doesn't want to grab. Let's see if I can get it to grab. This is the sort of stuff that I really enjoy doing in game, is like making some of these vehicles that work. The other one is I do have Magall vehicles that just use a Magall. I don't know why that's not grabbing. The other thing too is once the plane starts flying, that should rattle around enough that it will grab on. But Christ, where am I going now? But yeah, so you can load a couple cargo containers in there. You can load passengers. See if this one will re-grab. There we go. I'm just going to go like this to take the brakes off. Trying to get this to snap in a position. I don't know why the hard point won't grab. But anyways, I've got one that has a Magall too, so you can just grab on anything. I kind of like the hard point for that a little bit better. But two of those will snap in. You'll close your cargo up, and then you'll be able to take a combination on this one of both cargo and passengers. And that's going to get added. I've already started working on the code for that. I just need to put the physicalized stuff inside. No, nothing yet on the cargo containers. Yeah, I got to make sure they work. Like, literally, I just started working on these today, putting the hard points on there for grabbing. And, like, right now I'm having issues with grabbing them, so I want to make sure that all works out. But, yeah, so I'll be able to put those in there. But yeah, so I think this will be fun. I'm really happy with the way this aircraft's starting to come out because it's got a good size. Like, so right now, the other thing we noticed too was like we didn't have a lot of comfort passenger demand. And so like one thing you'd say is, okay, well, I'm not getting enough comfort demand for this plane. Like 50% of this is comfort, and I'm not filling all the seats. Maybe I add more economy, or I say, okay, well, you know what, I need more comfort. And I have lots of economy, let's go ahead and increase the fare. We'll make some more money doing it that way. So you can kind of play with the numbers there. But, yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for joining me. It was good to see everybody. It was good to see Tripper and Owl and Somersault. Who else do we have there? D2X. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm getting excited getting back in the game. Really starting to enjoy it. with this add-on. You know, like anything, sometimes you need something to keep it fresh and interesting, and that's what this is doing for me. This is really starting to get me interested in playing again because there's just so much to build. And so when people struggle finding things to do in game, like, you know, I struggle to find some motivation myself, but when you start adding all the things in, for example, like I want to build belt loaders, and I want to build cargo containers, and I want to build loaders for that, and I want to build aircraft. And so eventually, you know, after flying this plane for a while, and I say, hey, you know what, maybe I want something smaller that takes 1 cargo container and 4 passengers. And then, okay, well, maybe I want something bigger, and then maybe I want, you know, one that takes bigger cargo containers. You know, and then as you build bigger planes, like you might have underbelly cargo that will take a different cargo container. Like right now, this is kind of tight to get one in, but I was thinking like you could even put cargo in here where, like, you know, you put it in here and it's, you know, because literally all I need with the way I do my cargo is I need tracks. Like this, and then the cargo container has grippers. And so if you said this is, and then I can paint them, right? So they just get painted. So like if I were to make a quick and dirty, see what these look like there on the outside. So like literally this is what you can make for a cargo container that would go in the middle here, you know. And so this could be a real tiny cargo container like this. You know, and so like literally that's my cargo container that goes in the belly like of something this small, you know, and it's a half size. And so of course this would be worth less money, but you can put it inside a belly, you know, cargo. So I think this will be a lot of fun. There's a lot of opportunity here to do stuff. You know, a bunch of cool different designs. I'm thinking of, like I was talking about before, I'm thinking of putting in VIP. So that way you have very high value, very small number of passengers. Because again, it's a dynamic economy. There's not a lot of people who can afford private jets in any place. So it might be the top 1%. So 1%, if it's, you know, 300, it's going to be 3 in the entire place. If there's 3,000, it's going to be 30. And so, and again, they're actual people. So if you move them from point A to point B, they're over there. You got to bring them back, or else, you know. So if you move everybody over to Tajan, you got to go up to Tajan and get them back, or else they don't, you know, they're not home, so they don't just keep appearing. And you can't just sit there and like load more people, load more people, load more people. There's a certain only a certain number of people there. Once they're moved out, you have to bring them back, or else, you know, you don't have them anymore. So that'll be a lot of fun. I think it'll be really good. Let me just read the chat that came up, and then I think we're going to finish up. Yes, there are going to be rail, land, and ship cargo missions. They're already set up, and so that was something that I thought about while I was doing this to make sure it's going to work, and it will. If we go back to the cargo editor, if you look at the, it's called type equals transport, and it's not called type equals airport or airline. So any sort of transport port will work. This here is type equals pax weight. And then I don't think I did cargo yet. Did I do cargo at, let me see. I don't think I put cargo, I did maybe. Let's see, did I put cargo in? No, I think that's passenger transport. I started working on some of the cargo. I don't know where I started putting it in. But there's also going to be a cargo spawn box, and so those can go anywhere. And so say, for example, to add cargo missions, I'm trying to think of a good place to put it. Let's see, Holt Town. Let's see, where's Holt? Shit. It's on Sawyer. Anyways, I'm not going to be able to find Holt. I'll just fly over there real quick. So, like, Holt, for example, stop. So here's Holt Town. So here's Holt Town right there. And Holt Town has a dock. So this dock is going to be able to both service cargo and passengers. And so same deal. You essentially put in the passenger spawn box, which say it's right here, and you put in a cargo spawn box. You know, this one's a little hard to move cargo, but again, we could put a vehicle right here and load it up with a crane, no problem. And so this would allow you to, you know, bring a boat over here, get into the boat load location, spawn the cargo and the passengers, put them on board, and let's say you want to take them down to, wherever the Christ this is, the fishing village. And you come over to the fishing village, there's going to be a box here to drop off passengers and cargo. Same deal. And so you go ahead and you'll drop off passengers and cargo here for the fishing village. You know, so that's going to be the same thing. It's also going to give you the opportunity for bus travel. So bus trucks as well. So I want to do pallets for trucks. So let's say whatever this is called, fishing village. So right here could be for buses and trucks. So let's say you pull in here and you drop off passengers, right? And then one of these spots you spawn cargo. You can load up a truck with cargo. And then you drive your ass down there and you drive up to Holt. And you can have a bus full of passengers and you have and you can also do cargo, and you bring them up here, and bingo, you pull into, eventually when my ass drops down. I don't know why they didn't put a driveway in here, but there's no driveway. There should be. There's no driveway. But anyways, you pull up here, and you go ahead, and you'll drop off your passengers and cargo from a bus, right? And then train is pretty similar. It's pretty easy to do a train, right? You have passenger spawn, you do a train car, you do cargo, you load the cargo on the train. You can do containers. I may or may not, I'll probably add some extra cargo options here, but you could load up a train as well, and it's the same sort of thing. You just have to add more and more. Like I said, the only downside is that you have to start a new save. So say I added a new thing like passenger cargo on a train. You're going to have to do a new save. It's not the end of the world. You can pretty much just cheat in your money. Just edit your XML file for more money. And then you've got the money you by all rights had. You're going to lose your passenger stats. I actually can't remember if you do it. You do. You will lose your passenger stats. But you can go ahead and you can do that as well for buses and trucks and everything else. So, and the nice thing is you can do it intermodally. So let's say you had, I don't know. Let's say you had, okay, so say right here we spawn and we have 10 pallets, and they're gonna look like regular pallets. We get to a base real fast. And I don't need to show you what a pallet looks like. You know what a pallet looks like. So let's say it's a cargo pallet for a truck, and there are 10 cargo pallets from Holt Town that need to go to Tajan. Well, I can't drive, nor am I going to, all the way up to Tajan. That's ridiculous, right? But what can I do? Remember, transport's transport, right? Cargo's cargo. So if I take the 10 pallets from Holt Town and I go here, I could put them on a train. And I could send them up to Tajan. I could take the cargo from Holt. I could drive it over to the airport. And remember what the passengers did, right? I accepted a cargo contract. I then offload my cargo at O'Neill. That's now transfer cargo. It's not, I don't get the money because it didn't make it to Tajan, but it's now in O'Neill's cargo manifest. So now let's say I put it on a big airplane, and now the airplane is packed full of cargo, I can fly from O'Neill with the cargo I picked up at Holt, and I can fly it up to Tajin and get paid for it. So this is going to be a lot of fun because you're going to be able to go from Holt, pick up all the cargo, go into Tajin, drop it off at O'Neill. Then you go up to here, pick up all the cargo for Tajin, drop it off at O'Neill. Go down to the fishing village. Like fishing village, I might make it so you can spawn containers of fish. You bring and maybe put a timer on them so the fish will die if you don't get them there within the hour. Drive the truck up to O'Neill, dump off the fish. Now, because the fish will die if you don't, or rot, if you don't get them there within an hour, right? Then what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to leave right away. You can't sit them there for a week. The cargo is going to expire, right? So that will be kind of fun. And so you go ahead and you drive your ass up to there. I wish there was no railroad to Tajin, too. And then so you've just moved cargo from 3 different locations via truck, and now you load it on an airplane, and now it's worth your while to take that up to Tajin. You know, and the other thing, too, that will make it strategically valuable is the fish cargo doesn't start to expire until you spawn them, right? So you would load in regular cargo, then get your fish, bring your fish up, load your airplane, then fly to Tajin so that you can get up there before the fish expires. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. And so one thing I'm going to see if I can add to the add-on is, say for fish cargo, you're going to actually go out and fish. You're going to bring the fish in. And so I got to find some way to do this where if you bring the fish in, instead of selling the fish, bring the fish to the fishing village and then have or actually, you know what's probably easier? If I bring, I don't know how to do this. I'd have to figure it out. Take the fish, load them into a fishing container, and then it spawns the container full of fish. And then that could put a timer. So you actually have to get the fish to move the fish. So a lot of good ideas here. But thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Let me see if there's any new chat. Transfer passage to airport. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one. If you liked the video, give it a like. If you're new and you enjoyed it, consider subscribing.